Claude Kevin Jr. We have an echo. We got an echo going on. That means something is turn off. Probably be back. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Claude Kevin Jr. Are you Claude Kevin Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm blessed. Thank you. Were you born in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0475.
Yes, sir.
You're on a probation revocation in 24 CR 0082. Was it, you step to your left, please. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, he had a 7.5-year sentence. He was placed in the specialty court. And he was discharged due to repeatedly driving without a license and discharged from sober living treatment placement. The violations from the drug court.
Tell me for driving without a license and what else?
Said repeatedly, yeah. And
What-
he was
and what-
discharged from sober living house that he was placed in. So if you need any more detail, I'll have to give Mr. Graves.
Okay,
Judge, we're asking for a hearing.
okay, we'll give you one. Call your first witness.
Yeah, well, if you'll give us a little bit, he may still be tied up in the drug court.
Okay, we'll come back.
And then we'll come back.
James Dockery.
No.
James Dockery.
Dockery.
Oh, my God.
Now, it was a light add on transport. Look down at the, he's transported. It was added on like this.
Yeah, I'll take him back up there. That's, I wouldn't know my list either.
Maybe I'm.
Commonwealth versus James Dockery, 25 CR 006. Are you James Dockery?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Were you born in 1963?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6386.
Yes.
You're on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
A motion has been set, file Mr. Dockery. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea free and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person that we just identified in 25 CR 006?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any
No.
way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with their advice?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about the case.
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. We'll go down through the rights and then ask you if you understand, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. The right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that enter a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply a range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
What, you step to your left, please. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the charge of failure to comply with registers, sex offender registry, second offense will be amended to first offense. Criminal trespass will be dismissed. Commonwealth recommends 1 year to serve, credit for time served. Commonwealth will oppose probation and child probation.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment?
Yes.
Are you doing so your own free will? Now, your constitutional rights explain to us it's still your desire to give up those rights, and a guilty plea will allow the court to fix your punishments permitted by law. You understand that after this guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as a range of penalty.
Yes.
Is that your signature on the docket?
Yes.
Yeah, I will accept the plea, order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule sentencing for May the 15th. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Now you can bring,
There's no dated one coming in. There's a couple more. You don't know. Let me see my own.
Dustin Cruz. Commonwealth versus Dustin Cruz, 24 CR 0055. Are you Dustin Cruz?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. You were born in 1986? 1986, you born in 1986?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6473.
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole.
Yeah,
Is it substantially correct?
yeah. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor, we would like to make an argument for
Please
probation.
proceed.
Your Honor, we would ask the court to probate Mr. Cruz. The charges with which he was convicted of were class B felonies. He did qualify for pretrial diversion, which was set aside at the last court date. We would ask for the court to grant probation in this case. Mr. Cruz has been incarcerated since at least March on this case, and we would ask the court to grant probation.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's opposed to probation. This is a case where Mr. Cruz had a 5-year sentence for wanton endangerment. Mr. Collins, through repeated efforts, could never get him to work. And then he's repeatedly stealing at Walmart and other places. So I'm asking him to be incarcerated.
Judge, we're still asking the court to grant probation pursuant to statute.
Mr. Cruz had his opportunity when he was in the pretrial diversion. He'll be eligible for parole pretty soon. He's not going to do well on probation evidently because he will not comply, won't work, will cooperate. So I think it even is his best interest. So I'll go ahead and sentence him to 5 years and give him credit for time served. Tamara Stamper. Tamara Stamper. Good morning. Are you Tamara Stamper?
Yes,
Were you born in 1985?
yes,
Last four digits, social security number 1699.
yes.
We're here on 25 CR 0010 for a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I think defense counsel has a request, Your Honor.
Judge, we are requesting the court to place this on the May court dates. There is some additional discovery we have asked the Commonwealth about, and we are working on resolving the case. We believe that with additional time, we could get it resolved.
What's Ms. Stamper charged with?
She's DUI fourth, Your Honor, and we have there's a test involving controlled substances driving, but there is no alcohol test. So if we can have one more pretrial, we'll either resolve it or set it for trial.
That's okay with me.
Yeah. Have you had Ms. Stamper evaluated in any way?
Judge, we have not, that is part of what, if you're wanting additional time to think that would be necessary, so discuss with.
Well, I'm not a physician or anything, but she looks a little distressed to me in some way, you know.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll pass it over to May the 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ask for a negotiation on the first,
What's the day?
May first.
May Day,
May
That should
May
be-
1st for negotiation, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Robert Tabor,
We'll go ahead and take Mr. Caven back up since Mr. Graves is here.
sure.
Discipline, please.
We need to bring, have him, you just sit, sir, you just sit down right there for a second and bring Mr. Caven back out. Caven, tomato.
Robert Taylor. Well, yeah.
Kevin.
Oh,
Kevin.
okay. I'm gonna need to hear fucking.
You know what I enjoy best with earphones is when we playing something on video or something, it really picks it up, you know?
I'm gonna get these out before I
Fly. That's how I take my earphones. and I'm-
Yeah, they don't function anymore and plugins don't work.
Your Honor, Mr. Graves is here, and the issue we have is, as far as having a hearing, is Mr. Caven was transferred to Allen County, and he was terminated by the Allen County Drug Court. And then why, it used to be, it was so simple, when somebody was transferred to another drug court, the whole file went with them. I don't know, they changed the regulations all the time, so we don't have any other information. If he wants a hearing, we'll do it next month and have the person from Allen County over here.
Here, let's schedule a hearing for May 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Robert Tabor,
You gotta go back.
Commonwealth versus Robert Tabor. Are you Robert Tabor?
Yes,
Good morning. We're here on 25 CR 0003. Were you born in 1987, Mr. Tabor?
yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3597.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference where we have
We have a felony plea.
a motion. I've just been informed that a motion has been filed that says you wish to plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person we just identified in 25 CR 0030?
Yes, sir.
0003 rather? Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with their advice?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand you don't have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights in the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to go over those rights at the end. I'll ask you if you understand them, okay?
Mhm.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speak trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter at higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt you doesn't charge against you. You understand by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You
Yes,
understand
sir.
that? And they consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept it. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report and probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Okay? I will move to the left here a little bit.
Upon
Ms.
a-
Gordon Anderson, will you go ahead and give the recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to distribution of matter portraying a sexual performance by a minor, 8 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 9 years on each count for a total of 9 years to serve. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. The defendant agrees to have any and all other evidence in the above style case forfeited and destroyed in a manner that is consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Now, will this be a case, Ms. Gordon Anderson, needs one of these sexual offender reports on it? Okay. Is this what you agreed to, sir?
Says.
You are pleading guilty because you did commit the X charge in the amended indictment. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing so of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Know your constitutional rights to still your desire to proceed with a guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Now, I will have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation, but there'll also be a sexual offender report, so it takes a little bit longer. So I'm gonna make June the 12th. Is June the 12th reasonable?
We're not sure. Let's shoot for June the 12th. We may have to put
June
out
the
1 month.
12th. Okay. And knowing your constitutional rights to extend still your desire to proceed. Now, do you understand that after entering this plea, there are certain repercussions? Any future convictions have enhanced penalties, and there's a registration requirement. You understand that? Is that your signature and the motion and the offer?
Yes.
Okay, I accept it. We'll set it for June 12th for sentencing. There's somebody will be able to interview you. I don't know whether they do that online now, or where they send somebody, but you can expect somebody to come interview you.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
you. Little Joe Williams. You what? Commonwealth versus Little Joe Williams for sentencing. Are you Little Joe Williams? Good morning.
Morning.
This is 25 CR 0013. What's your year of birth? Year?
79.
1979. And what's the last four digits? Social
1121.
Security? Do what?
1121.
1121. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report on the
Sure.
probation pro? Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has there been some kind of violation or something since this plea?
Hey, I've not been aware of it. You were.
Okay. You shall receive 2 3-year sentences, which shall run concurrently for a total of 3 years. Serve 45 days in jail. Have you served those days?
Served right at
With
50.
balance, probated for 5 years, supervised. The 45 days in jail shall run concurrently with 45 days sanction in Monroe, indictment number 22 CR 0075 for a total of 45 days. The sentence will run consecutively to 22 CR 0075. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What are the court costs involved in this case? We need some time to pay that.
Yes, I'm in rehab.
Okay, well, I'll give you 30 days to pay $30 and $30 a month, so you get to 250 paid, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Good luck to you. Federico Armores. Got an active warrant.
We'll have to put him in the NCI thing. He got identified.
He doesn't appear to have a social security number.
That's what I'm saying. We may not be able to.
Deanna Bowwin. Are you Deanna Bowwin? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
You were born in 1973.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 7565.
Yes, sir.
You're on 25 CR 007 for pretrial conference for the complaint have.
Judge, if I may, they had a plea agreement.
Absence of the Commonwealth saying anything, what do you have?
Well, they looked at me, Judge, and I think, you know, if I'm gonna get eat on this, it's all I'm gonna get eat by myself, I guess.
Well, my understanding was you was gonna file something.
Well, I just brought the information with me. I apologize if I misled you. Okay. She,
Wouldn't want to give you an unfair advantage. You haven't read it before.
No, I understand.
Judge, They had worked out a plea agreement, which the court rejected. I was wanting to have an opportunity to hopefully tell Your Honor a little bit more about this individual and the circumstances in hopes that you would reconsider.
Tell me what the agreement was again.
That was, that would be, man, I can't remember much about it. I was prepared for the negotiation. It was, 5 years pretrial verdict supervised and go into the specialty court program. And I think the problem was is there was a trafficking charge and she had a firearm in the vehicle, even though she wasn't a convicted felon.
And I would like to state to the court a little bit about her situation.
You gonna take some testimony or you gonna be sworn yourself? And
Well, I've got documentation or I can swear her in.
I think it'd be better if she's gonna say, and unless you don't want her to say.
No, I want her to say something. That's what we're here
Raise your
for.
right
Judge.
hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Diana Lynn Baldwin.
And you entered into a plea with the Commonwealth concerning a pretrial diversion that was rejected here in this court. And can you tell the court concerning the situation that you were in and what you're doing right now as far as job history, going to
I want to know
school?
about the gun.
The gun was there, Judge. She's not denying that. The gun was, can you tell him about the gun and why it was there?
I was having to travel over an hour and a half one way to take care of my grandmother in Moss, Tennessee. Her property had been getting broken into. So
So you had the gun
I had the gun for protection, and yes, I made a mistake and
and he pled guilty to trafficking or possession.
But I think it was, she was pleading guilty to trafficking. I think there was about 7 grams of methamphetamine, if I remember
About a
correctly.
quarter bag, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna change my mind. If you want to have her say something briefly, she's pled guilty to trafficking. Well, that was the offer was that she offered to plead guilty to trafficking of 7 ounces or something like that,
7 grams.
7 grams, and she had a gun with her.
Well, Judge, she works 2 jobs. She's going to college and got a 3.5 GPA. She had a concealed to carry permit for the firearm. She was, we've got proof of all of those different things that she was doing and things she's doing to improve her life. Her husband's a veteran. They've been married for many, many years. All I'm asking the court for somebody that is working as hard as she's working, voluntarily going to NAAA meetings. We've got all of the certificates where they've been signed, working 2 jobs, going to school. She epitomizes what we want to do in rehabilitative situations. And I was just hoping that the
But she
court,
was doing all that sort of stuff while she was trafficking.
she was,
So you can't say it's rehabilitating sort of.
And I'll say this, just to give the court some information, whatever the court decides is fine with me. But the problem with the statute is, I guess when Miss Gordon Anderson and Mr. Hunley negotiated the plea, they wanted to hang more than 3 years over her head on a possession. So that's the reason it's going to do the trafficking plea, because we can only do 3 years on possession. And in Clinton County recently, I had a case where a man was found with 15 grams of meth parked on the side of the road out on the northern end of the county. And I called Desi West and I said, I need somebody to testify for me that because of that amount, that I can get you to testify that that's a trafficking amount. And they couldn't do it because of the way things have changed. They say that the people that buy this stuff now typically buy between 7 and 10 grams, especially if they're a first time user. So I'm just saying that. And also I think the statutes need to be changed. I think this over 2 grams of trafficking needs to be changed, and the possession penalty needs to be raised when somebody has this amount.
I agree.
You know, and it just kind of puts the Commonwealth in a bad situation.
Mr. Bell, perhaps you should run for the legislature.
I don't want no more of that, Judge. But Your Honor, she was an individual that started, and she can
Is she a
testify.
Tennessee resident?
No,
Where you live?
Franklin, Kentucky.
she got to using a little this because so much was going on in her life, and she become dependent upon it very quickly. And now this stuff only brings $200 or $300 an ounce, so we're only talking about probably 75 to $100 worth of methamphetamine. And she wasn't selling it, she was using it, and she's trying and doing a very good job at addressing that usage. She's an addict, she's not a trafficker, Judge. I don't think there's any proof
But
that,
with the Commonwealth's, explanation that they took it up because they didn't want to give her 3 years, I'll change my mind on that.
Thank you,
But-
Judge.
But let me tell you something. Everybody that I've ever seen that has any sense that's a drug trafficker has a gun with them. And the reason they have a gun with them is because people rob people that they know have drugs because they don't think they could tell it on them. You agree with that, Mr.
Yes,
Bell?
sir, I
That
agree
they're
with that,
victims,
yes.
so you got the plea offer here, so. Okay. Okay, a motion that was tendered last week or last month, it was rejected. It says that you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes,
It's a felony plea, is that correct? It's gonna be a pre-trial diversion. Motion Winder says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes,
You believe you're fully informed about your case?
yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Before I can accept the plea of guilty, I need to know that you understand those rights. And we'll go over them. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can say anything, right to speedy trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to reach evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that being a guilty plea that you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I don't have to accept it. If I do not accept it and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. Now, I'm going to ask for some qualifying statement. Have you previously been diverted on a felony in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have any felony convictions in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation or pre-trial diversion?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that if you fully complete the program, the diversion agreement, the charges will be dismissed, pre-trial diversion, you have your record expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand if you do not successfully complete it, you're brought back before the court, I'll schedule a hearing, and if I find out you violated the agreement, I will avoid the pretrial diversion, and have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation pro, you'd be a convicted felon. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Be used against you in the future. You understand that can be used against you in the
Yes, sir.
future? Step to your left, Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in methamphetamine, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete the Monroe Specialty Court. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall forfeit the Glock 19 Gen 5 9mm with serial number AFTK004P with a brown holster, a 9mm magazine, and 13 silver hollow point 9mm rounds to the Commonwealth and be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. The defendant agrees to have any and
Who's it
all
being forfeited to?
to the Commonwealth. Mr. Stockton.
You'll have to be the arresting agency and they'll have to dispose of it.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I don't know who the arresting agency was on this. I believe it was a city.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Bank transfer. Do you know who arrested her? Who would this be, the gun being forfeited to? The Tompkinsville Police Department. Okay. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case forfeited and destroyed in a manner that's consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours per week until gainful employment is obtained.
Is that your understanding? You need to interline that there to say Tompkinsville Police Department, because we're handling these weapons. Handling these weapons, there needs to be some accountability so we know who get the weapons, you know. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the act charged in the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Doing so your own free will,
Yes, sir.
knowing your constitutional rights explains it's still your desire to give up those rights and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the agreement. What are the court costs in this case? Court costs are $215. You need some time to pay that?
Yes, please.
Okay, pay $30, 30 days from now, and $30 every month, so it's paid in full, and you need to meet with a probation parole officer over there. Now, has she been interviewed for the specialty court yet?
She'll have to be assessed here, and then if she's transferred, they'll have to vote on it in Monroe County.
I'll do I guess have I signed a referral? Yeah,
No, because once the plea was rejected, then the paperwork was in.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay, well, I'll go ahead and sign that. You need to, what is she gonna do, the specialty court?
Well, she'll have to be assessed here, voted in here, and then if she wants to transfer where she lives, she'll have to make a
Where do
request for
you-
the drug court.
Simpson County.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll get in the process then, okay. Commonwealth versus Taquan Howard. Commonwealth versus Taquan Howard, 25 CR 0012. Are you Mr. Howard? Good morning. Were you born in 2004?
Sir.
The last four digits, social security 1655.
Yes, sir.
We're on 25 CR 0012. On a free trial conference, what does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this case needs to be set for trial, but I also would request, since I'm like Mr. Bell, don't want to file anything, tip anybody off. I'd ask the court for an order that directing the Kentucky State Police Crime Lab to test at least 29 fields in this case. I wrote a letter to them and they only tested one. I called the lab examiner and told her that we needed more testing because of the statute, it has to be over 29 grams to be aggravating factor. And they've never got back with me, so I'm just asking for a court order.
Okay, submit it.
I have no objection. Your Honor, we have been through the discovery. I will be requesting some additional discovery as far as body cams and some other things within that we didn't.
Go ahead and request it now. We'll get it on the record.
Well, I know there's at least one body cam, Your Honor, maybe two that we haven't received, or if they had them on.
We'll make a list of things that you think and request and send it to the Commonwealth and they can respond. If it's not satisfactory, bring it back up next month.
That's fine, Judge.
Well, there's no reason, we don't know how long, let's set this for review on May the 15th. And if we have the
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get a response.
additional evidence by then, we can set a trial. So put him back on the calendar for May 15th. You're in the same conditions of your bond. You understand that? Stay clean. Leslie Jenkins. Leslie Jenkins.
I just asked for a warrant.
Leslie Jenkins not here. Probation, parole, know anything about Leslie Jenkins?
I do, Your Honor.
Probation officer's on there.
What do you know about Leslie Jenkins?
Last I was told, she is at a treatment facility in Elizabethtown.
You're breaking up really bad. There's something wrong here.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can't understand you. Do you have a phone with you?
I do have a phone, Your Honor.
Give me the number that they can call here. 270-487-8831. If you'll call that, we'll pick it up here, okay? Where will that ring in? I'm sorry.
Probation put in there. Put it up.
He's saying. We can't.
It's like he's trying to ring it. Not ringing. That's a mistake with Taquan Howard on the docket again, right? Oh, is that right? Okay. So the docket twice.
We on the seats.
Leslie Jenkins is on there twice. Well, it's listed as probation revocation with 2 cases on each one of them.
It's my mistake.
Same.
No, the last thing I got is that he didn't know where she was.
This is not working for some reason. I don't understand. Okay. Kind of like Green Acres, we're putting all the different things in here.
Yeah. According to our person on YouTube, he's coming through on YouTube, just not through the TV.
Hear it on there, so that's what this is.
Will you try to say something again here on this? Officer.
Yes,
say
Your
something.
Honor. I'm on hold right now.
It's breaking up on you. They say you're on YouTube, so.
It's the court system.
Yeah, there you go. Let me see what's going on there.
I am. Thank you. Yes, this is Officer Barton, probation and parole.
Take 2 days to try this.
Well, make sure we have three just in case.
Yeah, so it's three. I don't know how many.
I think it'll probably be two, but just to be safe, I would almost ask,
We want to be safe.
maybe three, Judge.
I think we can do our case after we get the jury picked in a day. I think.
Twenty-fifth. August,
Yes, Judge.
ended on the, 28th. No, excuse me, 27th. 5th to 27th. Hey, we'll probably need a, final pretrial.
You don't do that in July, Judge?
Yeah, I've got at least one motion. I need to
Ask him when we want to do that. I'm just gonna let him set the dates.
When you want to do
When we
Whenever
would
you
like
do
to do
it.
that. No,
Whenever you want
I
to.
wanna know, July, is that okay with you? July?
Whatever the
July
court says.
17th, that's when we'll do it then. Chad Shirley.
We'd also like to enter order consolidation of Mr. Gary.
Oh, yeah.
Submit it without. Commonwealth versus Chad Shirley, 24 CR 0029. You Chad Shirley?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. You born in 1990?
Yes.
Last four digits. Social security number 4625.
Yes.
What do we have here?
Need a trial date, John.
What's the charge here?
Trafficking. I think a one-day trial, wouldn't you, Mr. Bell?
I would assume. I don't think so.
Well, that one, the 29th, I knew wouldn't go. I already took it off the dock.
Oh, it's going.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gone. Cause he's going, we're going to reorder that anyway.
What about May the 20th?
Is that all right with you, Claude? Yes, that's fine with the Commonwealth County.
Judge, I have some sentencings that day. One of them, I don't think I can move. I can try if you want me to,
What
but
about the 21st?
I can do the 21st.
Let's do the 21st.
We'll have a trial at 16th. That was before.
Dang.
Okay.
It's a possession. I've done the last time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, 166 grand, I'm still posting. Trying to settle that case, so I know if it's even gonna go or not.
April the 21st it is then. I mean, May. Listen, April, May the 21st, but it didn't, excuse me, it didn't pick up like it's supposed to. Try it again.
Just a mistake. We got 7, I got they served 4 and a half months of probation. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Steve Vincent,
I would like to move off of that.
Commonwealth versus Steve Vincent, 24 CR 0095, 24 CR 00100, 25 CR 0011. You're Steve Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What's your year of birth, Mr. Vincent?
1981.
Last four digits, social security number 5460.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm here for sentencing today. Get an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report number probation and parole.
Yeah.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty to indictment number 24 CR 0095, charged possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years. On plea of guilty 24 CR 00100, possession of controlled substance, the defendant shall receive 2 years. On plea of guilty indictment number 25 CR 0011, possession shall receive 2 years. The two. No, wait a second. Says 2 years in the body here, but then the next of
Plus
it,
2 plus 2, Judge.
do what?
It should be 2 plus 2 plus 2. So for 6 total.
Yeah, he's had 3 different possessions.
Yeah, but it says the 2 3-year sentences shall run consecutively for a total of 6, which is not correct.
No, it should be 2 plus 2
the
plus
3
2.
2-year
Right.
sentences should run
Looks like that's interchanged.
consecutively for a total of 6, probated for 5 years, supervised, and go to specialty court. Is he in the specialty court yet?
We voted again.
Okay, so when, I guess they'll call you to tell you when the orientation is. You shall receive credit for time served. What are the court costs in this case? $295. We'll merge those, I guess, $295. You need some time to pay that.
Yeah.
Okay, pay it $30 a month, first payment 30 days today. And of course, then when you get into the specialty court, that'll be one of your requirements that you be employed and pay your court costs and everything, okay?
Okay.
You need to meet with the probation parole officer, give him certain information.
Just as long as he stays in compliance with drug court, gets his orientation done, he should be.
Okay, that'll be good. So I guess you need to check to see when the orientation is, check with the drug court, okay? You know when the orientation is? Okay. Found that out, okay?
All right, I'll call Graves and find out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Carmel versus Guy Williams. It says active warrant here. What's the story? Has he never been, a warrant never been served on him?
That's my bond mistake.
He just made bond yesterday.
So it's been served.
Been served, okay. Here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. You are represented by counsel here. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine, operating on expired license, failure to maintain insurance. In possession of marijuana. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your year of birth?
01, 02, 03,
What is your year of birth?
2003.
Okay, and what's your full name?
Guy Casey Williams.
Okay, and the last 4 digits of your social security number.
0258.
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion.
Yes, sir.
Send a reciprocal discovery order here that requires the Commonwealth to provide your attorney certain information to help prepare for defense. Negotiation day on May the 1st, the next court appearance, May the 15th. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Okay? Okay, is there anybody else here on the live docket? Is Green River on the, Green River's not on there yet. They're supposed to be there at 10. Barron County is at 10:30, so. So we'll just have to wait till Green River gets on there. Does anybody have the number for Green River? Okay, well, we'll just wait. Green River, if you can hear me, flip your cameras on. There you go. Are you Green River?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So Jonathan Keel, we're gonna have the same problem there. For
The only thing I can do is disconnect it from the
Judge, can you hear us?
system and just use your just monitor, but it's not gonna. See now.
Okay, Mr.
Sir, Padilla. Sir.
Mr. Padilla, say something.
Yep. Speak real loud. Yeah, can you hear me?
Mr. Padilla, can you say something?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
You hear me?
She just muted you, hurt him. Right now it's good.
Mr. Padilla, can you say your name?
Jesus Padilla.
Okay,
That's the only thing I can do. Are you
okay.
picking it up?
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. I think you were previously represented by the Office of Public Advocacy, so I will reappoint them to represent you. They're here. Sir, what is your year of birth?
02.
What is your social security number?
I don't have one.
Okay. You're here today for arraignment. Give me the number. Your attorney is here present. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has entered an indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking or disposition more than 10,000, but less than 1,000,000. And also burglary in the 3rd degree. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Padilla, requiring the Commonwealth to provide you information to prepare for your defense. Have a negotiation day on May the 1st, and your next court date is on May the 15th. Now, will you go down, you'll be down to see him? You need to speak in here.
If you're likely to be transported and if we are able to get him down here, negotiation, then we will see about setting up something here.
Okay, your attorneys will be in contact with you, sir. Thank you very much, Green River Corrections. Y'all may be excused. Thank you. Bear River, are you on there yet? You're not supposed to be there at 10:30. Okay, let's go off the record for a second here.
I'll pick it up. Anybody else assisting this whole situation.
Okay. Barron County Jail, are you on there? You're to be on there.
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, there we see you now. Okay, could we have Michael Austin, please? Are you Michael Austin?
Yes, sir.
Good
Your
morning.
Honor.
Good morning.
Good
You were
morning.
born in 1966.
Yes,
The last four digits of your social security number is 7734.
yes,
Okay, you're here on 21 CR 0078 for probation revocation, and you're here for arraignment in 25 CR 0015. Public advocacy's represented you previously. I'll continue that representation. You have a right to remain silent. I'm going to go over the new indictment with you. The grand jury, of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance in third degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, trafficking in marijuana, second offense, possession of a controlled substance, first degree, second offense, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and being a persistent felony offender in the trafficking charge. You understand those charges?
yes, sir.
Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? Set a negotiation day on May the 1st. The next court date is on May the 15th, and we will I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order that Commonwealth will give you the information they have about your case, sir. Guess we'll just continue the probation revocation until the negotiation day, see what y'all can do on that. Your attorney will be able to see you, Mr. Austin.
All right.
Dwayne Flowers. Dwayne Flowers. Dwayne Flowers. Are you Dwayne Flowers?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. You're here on 20 CR 00082. Mr. Flowers, were you born in 1973?
Yes,
Last four digits, social security number 0177. This is a pretrial diversion revocation. The Commonwealth come around and tell us what you have. Wait, come around so we can pick you up. Wait just a second to get up here, okay?
He has a 5-year sentence on development unlawful taking. He last reported sometime in 2022. He was supposed to report in December, and he's been in NCIC ever since, and they're bringing him to Texas.
Okay, the DPA represent him. If you want to come up here. Well, I'll continue the representation. Have you had an opportunity to talk to him? May 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You'll be back. Your attorney will be over to see you. He'll be here on May 15th. Thank you. Brian Roberts. Brian Roberts. Commonwealth versus Brian Roberts, 20 CR 0025. Are you Brian Roberts?
yes, Your Honor.
You born in 1992?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 7584.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have? Good morning, Mr. Cross. What?
Mr. Roberts has 3-year sentence on fleeing and evading. He last had a revocation hearing on February the 13th of 2025. And in lieu of revocation, he was to go to long-term treatment at Crown Recovery in Washington County. And Mr. Collins was prepared to testify. We made a list of, I think he's been at least 4 or 5 rehabs without permission of probation and parole since that time. He prepared to present testimony.
Okay. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your name, what position you're on.
Chase Collins, probation role. Mr. Collins, since February the 13th, when we were last here in court, where has Mr. Roberts been and what has he done? So on February 27th of this year, Mr. Roberts was released Barron County to attend ground recovery in Washington County. On 3/3, Mr. Roberts' mother actually called me stating he was discharged because of high blood pressure. He was actually admitted to the hospital. Mr. Roberts did call me and did FaceTime me and did show the paperwork and showed that he had been in the hospital. He also stated he was going to get into late Cumberland recovery, and he stated they had a bed date in 3/4. And they only go to Lake Cumberland, you had your permission, is that correct? Yes, I actually spoke with the judge, and because of the circumstances and the hospital stuff, we was gonna let him go there. Okay, what happened? On 3/4, I called Lake Cumberland to verify that he made it as directed, and they stated he never enrolled there. On 3/5, Central Solutions called me. They stated that Mr. Roberts was now at their facility. They stated it was 6-month rehab and 6 months sober living. 3/8, Mr. Roberts. He had permission from you to go to Central Solutions. He did not at that time. I didn't speak to anybody on that. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Roberts texted on 3/8. Mr. Roberts actually texted me. He stated he was at the Oxford House in Bowling Green. He stated that the staff at Simple Solutions told him that if he wanted to transfer there, they would transfer all his stuff there. Then on 3/12, I spoke with Simple Solutions, and they actually stated that it was a self-discharge. He was not transferred there by the Oxford House or by their facility. On 3/14, probation violation warrant was issued for Mr. Roberts. And on 3/17, I called, I think, 5 or 6 different Oxford houses in Bowling Green. I spent time calling all those houses. He was not located there. I actually spoke with the director, and he did verify that he was not at any of those Oxford houses. Mr. Roberts was then deemed an absconder at that time. On 3/31, I received a call from Michelle McFarland from Anchor Recovery. She stated that Mr. Roberts was at the rehab. He had been there about 20 days. I also then spoke with Mr. Roberts and explained he had an active probation violation warrant and he needed to turn himself in. And on 4/12, Mr. Roberts was lodged in the Russell County Detention Center where he was transferred to Barron County. And no further questions.
Mr. Cross, would you like to inquire?
So, in looking at this tour, I guess we'll call it. Everything was really in pretty good shape until you couldn't get a hold of him from 3/14 into 3/30. Is that right?
Yes, that's Simple Solutions.
But we've now verified since you issued the warrant that if what you learned from Mr. Hall was correct, he went to Anchor Recovery on or about 3/11, which was about the time Simple Solutions called you and said that he never got there. Correct. So what Mr. Roberts needed to do and didn't do is get your permission or seek your permission to go to Anchor Recovery, and it's your testimony that you didn't have any communication with him, and therefore you did not grant permission to be in that facility. Correct. It's quite unusual in this situation for somebody to be in this many rehabs, fair enough? Fair enough. But it's also quite unusual for someone to persistently try to remain in rehab, even though there are multiple locations, correct? We'll do that. And he's trying to make an effort, he's just not going to the room. Is that fair to say? Correct. Okay. Nobody.
Any other witnesses?
Call Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Roberts, you raise your right hand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Get closer to the mic so we can hear you good, okay, buddy?
All right, can you hear me better?
That's much better. Okay. Brian, on February 13th, we were here and we went into Crown Recovery, which testimony's been you left there for medical reasons, correct?
Yes, sir. I had a mental breakdown. I pulled out all of my hair and like my blood sugar was running 900. I was hospitalized for 2 days to get IV.
Talking too much. It's difficult. It is difficult to hear you in the courtroom, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I want to jump ahead and I want to ask you why you did not go to Oxford House, but you went to Anchor instead.
I couldn't get in touch with the people at the Oxford House at the time. They contacted me the next day after I'd already enrolled in Anchored Recovery, and the Anchored Recovery lady was not there.
Get Mr. Cross it.
Oh. Yeah, okay, all right. I mean, I can hear it so clear and I can clearly understand everything you said. Okay, Brian, listen, go slow and we'll try to do this, okay? Why did you go to Anchor instead of Oxford House?
I went to Anchored in Recovery because it's smaller groups and they do one-on-one individuals there. And like, I got a lot more out of the program. And the reason I did not contact Mr. Collins was because they took my phone for 14 days. I had a blackout period. And I did tell them to notify probation and parole. The lady, her name is Deanna Williams.
Okay. You said you told them to notify probation and parole?
Yes, but the lady was not there at the time.
You can notify him?
They did not because Tiana wasn't there and she was on vacation that week. And I did notify them, but I did not have a phone or I would have notified him myself.
What's your intention if you're allowed to return to rehab, sir?
I would love to go back to Anchored in Recovery and I would like to intern there, man, because they have done a lot for me and I'd like to give back to the recovery community, Your Honor. And that place truly is a blessing. They care about their people. They do anything they can for us. They've got all my medications lined out and I love that place. I would stay there the rest of my life if I could.
Anything else you want to say, Brian? Today's your day to try to talk to yourself.
Well, I've been through a lot, Your Honor, and I understand I've done wrong. I'm not asking to go scot-free, but I'm just asking for the chance to continue showing the courts that I'm trying to do the right thing, and I would like the chance to go back to Anchored in Recovery, and by a year from now, I'd like to come and show you guys just how far I've came, and be willing to show you guys that I can be productive in society, and that I'm not just a drug addict, because I want to be a father to my children, a son to my mother that they deserve instead of a dopehead. And I just want this chance to be somebody instead of a drug addict, man.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir, that's it. I've done everything I can do.
Talk to me, I have some questions for you. I have no questions.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
You'd like to make a statement?
Your Honor, please, for Mr. Roberts has made valiant and great effort to be in drug rehabilitation for months. The breakdown appears to be, even though we've got this Duncan Hines tour of different facilities, that the breakdown was on about 3:12 when he was supposed to go to Oxford House, but instead ended up in Anchor Recovery. And that's where the lack of communication, lack of understanding, where I was notified on 3/31 that he went in there for 20 days. I know he's not following the rules completely. I know his intent is good. I know his desire to get straightened out is good. I know he has an elderly mother at home and people concerned about it. I cannot explain why he's not had better communication. All I'm saying is that with the effort that he's made to be in rehab and he's got other facilities available, I would ask the board to give one more chance.
Just to go back on the history of this case a little bit, Mr. Roberts was originally placed on probation. He had drug issues. He was placed in the specialty court program. He was terminated from that program because it was alleged he was putting pictures of another female participant on there. The court didn't revoke his probation at that time. He stayed out. And the problem, I disagree with Mr. Krause, the problem started in this case when he was left late term in recovery. He went to Simple Solutions and he said he misled Mr. Collins and he didn't tell him the truth and told him that he was going to be transferred to the Oxford House. And then when Mr. Collins checked on it, he was self-discharged and he never communicated with Mr. Collins. Now, that's when the problem started. If he'd been honest and communicated, he's been all right. But when you start telling these fields and all this stuff and you shop around to these rehabs, I think the court has two choices. You can either revoke his probation or let him be supervised. And if you let him keep being supervised, he might be the first participant in the state that's went to ever rehab in the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Brief response, Mr. Stockton, Your Honor. It's a bit of an unconfined story. He's made a value, but he's just not going back to I'm just asking the court to be lenient.
A valiant effort to do what?
Rebellion.
I think he's made a valiant effort to move around and play the system, it appears to me.
Your Honor.
You don't get to pick your own places. You don't get to pick this. The food's not good. They stayed up too late. They didn't let him have to. I don't know what all the reasons that he didn't like these places. I don't know. This is very troubling to me here. Mr. Stockton, does the Commonwealth want him revoked? And
Yes,
send
I
him up?
think at this point in time, he's had three chances. This is the third motion to revoke. All he has to do, if he hadn't misled Mr. Collins and told him he was transferred and communicated.
What is his sentence? What is his
He's got
sentence?
a 3-year sentence from here. He'll be his home on parole from Monroe County. He's got so much time.
Yeah, and he's got all these days that are in these various places are probably good days.
Yeah, that counts.
It'll be quite an onerous burden for y'all to find out how many days he's got here, there, and everywhere. So I'm going to go ahead. I just don't think that Mr. Roberts has made a legitimate effort to comply. So when people are in drug court or when they're on probation or when they're on parole, all they have to do is comply. And he hasn't done that. And I've been given no opportunity. I have no choice but to revoke him and let him make parole. And that way he won't be under the supervision of this court anymore. Thank you very much. Mr. Robels, you will have a safe trip home. Jose Robels. Will this be a joint trial?
Yes.
Okay, you represent both of them?
Yes, sir.
And they have sufficient waivers signed?
They should be in the file.
They signed?
Yes.
Okay. And we already have that same date set, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
July 17th and August 25th.
What are the dates for the trial that have been set?
The trial is set for August 25th through the 28th.
August 25th to the 28th.
27th, sorry.
27th, 25th to the 27th.
Pre-trial was July 17th.
July 17th for the pretrial. And your trial is scheduled for August 25th through 27th, 3 days. Okay, sir, your attorney will be over to see you. Okay. Benjamin Tulie. Are you Benjamin Tulie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good morning. You're here today on 20 CR 005, 21 CR 0092, 21 CR 0093. All of those are for probation revocation. And then you're also on a pretrial conference on 24 CR 0020. Mr. Tulie, were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 2174.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have to say here? Okay. Mr. Tulie, I've just been informed that you filed a motion that says that you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is the plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person that we just identified in the various cases, the last one being 24 CR 0020?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney? Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
You reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you.
Yes.
Do you believe that you've been fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. I'm gonna go down through them. If there's anything you don't understand, wave your hand and I'll let your attorney contact you. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal it to a higher court if you lose. Right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept it. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will wait for pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation after reviewing it, I will decide to impose a harsher sentence. You have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Ms. Gordon,
Yes, sir.
what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, first offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year and serve 120 days in jail with the balance probated for 5 years. This 1 year sentence shall run consecutively to Monroe indictment numbers 20 CR 5, 21 CR 93, and 21 CR 92. The defendant shall be assessed by the Social Service Commission and be referred to the Mark Center. The defendant shall enter and complete the Mark Center at 1790. In lieu of revocation to Monroe indictment number 20 CR 5, 21 CR 93, 21 CR 92. Probation pros will take over the defendant to Mark.
What are these other cases that he was up on revocation for? What were they, all drug cases? Okay, and so how much total time is he gonna have to serve from day forward?
That's the time.
A few days before getting out going to rehab.
Which I think that's a Marion County charge. The last time they had court over there, I think he's waiting to see what happens over here.
Yeah.
Because I think I have served 4 or 5 years, they probably just this needs to be false when it's time, but.
My only concern is about having assessed by our SSC after 180 days. It's gonna be so long since it's had. We're not into that.
This just seems like a rather unusual resolution to this case with all these charges out there. We have an out-of-state hold on him and felony charges waiting on him in Barron County.
And
But I mean, that is the Marion charge, it's fugitive of contingency. He just charged me with fugitive from another state.
What's he charged with down there?
I believe it's also possession. I believe that's right.
I made I believe the reason we got here, Section 2, he was known to be a very hard worker. Worked there for a long time, in Tompkinsville. His boss said he was an excellent worker, showed up and done everything he's supposed to do.
Who was his boss?
very Tim Ross, that's it.
And
Okay, Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation? You heard her read it off. Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment in the range permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
Understand that by entering a guilty plea, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as the range of penalties are concerned.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hand that up here just for a second. That's your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept a plea order pre-sentence investigation report be done by probation and parole and schedule sentencing on May the 15th. Now, I'm gonna make it clear to everybody on this. If his time is served between now and May the 15th, I'm gonna keep him incarcerated until his sentencing, so I can have a look at the pre-sentence investigation board. I think that's fair to the court. Because there's so many moving parts on this thing, so many charges, so many places. So, I'm not saying I won't accept a plea. I'm just saying I want to see a good, concise pre-sentence investigation report, so he'll be sentenced on May 15th. Okay, thank you. Michael Turner. And I want him to check on that Tennessee charge for sure, see what that is. Yeah.
I can see it. He had a 5-year sentence on the 20 days.
He's got 12 and a half.
And then he had 2 7.5 to run the current, so that'd be 12 and a half.
Yeah.
Plus this would
I
be
filed a
13.
revocation on the Tennessee case, so he was in Tennessee and he had been. So he went down there and he was here. It's these methamphetamine and kept continuing because of the case.
So he's got 12 years on the shelf.
12 and a half. And then this one will add what one to it. It's second.
Right.
So it'll be 13.
Okay. Michael Turner.
Yes, sir.
Receiving stolen property, fleeing invading police and PFOs.
Fled police.
What the old.
23 CR 0055 Commonwealth versus Michael Turner. Mr. Turner, were you born in 1967?
Yes, sir.
And the last 4 digits of your social security are 1161. It says for review here. What is this?
I had filed a motion.
Mr. Brown representing, he's not, doesn't appear to be here.
I was gonna have to be put out anyway, because I filed a motion to force treatment. And I talked to Ms. Thompson about this. Do we need a court order to get that license board or not?
I'll reach out to them and see if they'll send it to me again if they want. We may need it.
Because our office wasn't on the distribution from the last report. XCPC, so they wouldn't talk to me about it.
Okay, well, I'll sign an order. Well, next hearing on this will be May the 15th, and you need to make sure that we find out why Mr. Bruce Brown wasn't here today.
Just for the record, KCBC written a letter and sent it to our office stating that they could not force medical treatment.
Yeah.
That was the question that was posed.
Well, they couldn't answer that question. My call.
Well, they wrote a letter and said the type of medication he needs cannot be given through IV or shots or forced in any way.
I get a copy of that. So.
Okay. Your attorney will be in contact with you, Mr. Turner. David Wood. David Wood. Commonwealth versus David Wood. Are you David Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 25 CR 0017. Were you born in 1981?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 2810.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here with the purpose of arraignment. You're represented by counsel. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County had charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, second offense. You understand what that charge is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garrett, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions?
I do, Your Honor.
Sign a reciprocal discovery order so that your attorney can receive information from the Commonwealth. Negotiation date is on May the 1st. The next court date is on May the 15th. Okay, thank you very much. Is anybody else over in Barron County that was supposed to see us today?
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You are released. Does that finish the criminal docket? Except for the show cause? Okay. Okay, we'll start the show cause in about 10 minutes. Let's go off the record.